All right, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day here. Let's kind of get after it a little bit, right? We have maybe a little bit of I want to be careful how I phrase this, but maybe a little bit of a challenging backdrop here again today, with a pretty significant gap down across some of these sort of setups. Don't have too many sort of news events here in the way, right? We got another Fed president, but he speaks outside of market close or after market hours. So not too worried about that or too stuck on anything along those lines. So really depending on how things want to shape up. But definitely have a good opportunity to take advantage of some things here today. Good morning, Concord. Good morning, Andrew. Hey, Henson. So hopefully we can have a pretty strong little session here, but we're going to have to be a little bit cautious with this gap down, right? So just get rid of these Bollinger Bands here for a minute. Right, we kind of have increasing volume, right? Hey, Chad. Increasing volume, right? Second most bullish candle, but then very significant gap down. And it's increasing volume, but it's still well below average. So it's actually not, that super strong. So let's start mapping this out, right? We've got second most bullish plus increasing vol plus big gap down. Okay, again, right, downside, we're going to be looking at Bollinger Bands. To the upside, we're going to be looking for a breakout over this high, right? In between this 408.67, may as well round this up to 409. Right, in between this, say, 404.20, wherever we're opening up here, and this 405, that 1%, right, we don't have a huge expectation that we're going to get a breakout, right? Hey, good morning, Trevor. So our objective here, right, or what I would think my objective here is then rely on Bollinger Bands if we get a look inside this sort of range. If we get breakdowns under, right, maybe we can look for stuff, Bollinger Bands as well, but not too much to get attached to. So just going to double check some of these levels here, right? We got 409, then we have that sort of 410 area, which is just sort of a psych level. Then we have kind of 414, 415 here. So we're really just kind of assuming that there's a few stops along the way. So there's 411 maybe, 414. All right, so we're just going to throw in a 411 there. Everything else looks relatively reasonable. Mostly just looking, right, like we have a few psych levels to sort of deal with in between. Hopefully we can keep getting that bullish momentum continuing. All right, similar narrative here on this QQQ. So we have second most bullish plus increasing volume, although light, and then plus gap down. So again, a 2 out of 3 here. This AM, we're going to drag this up, right, to sort of highs. Okay, 306.75, same thing. We're just going to round this up to 307. And 307 seems to have space towards that 310. Let's get rid of these first two. Okay, so we have space up towards that 310, right? And then through 310, through 310, right, we seem to have certainly have some space up towards that sort of 314 area. So again, we're just going to assume some resistance along the way. So we'll go 311, 312, 313. Well, there's no real clean lines here, right, up until that 314, right? So we're just going to assume, right, $1 at a time and not get too greedy in this market. Okay, Apple, right, 1 out of 3 here this AM. So a little bit of a easier maybe to the downside, or we can look for a higher expectation of getting follow through to the downside. So we're going to go second most bullish plus decreasing volume plus gap down. So 2 out of 3 arguably to the downside. Right, I'm just going to call it 1 out of 3, but a lot of sort of weakness, right, to the downside, and hopefully we can get a little bit of joy here. Again, right, bear case, we're going to be using Bollinger Bands until we can kind of get a bearish looking candle here, but under that 146.55 certainly seems like there is a little bit of space down towards sort of that 143 area. Apologies. And so above that 150, right, that's going to be sort of our area of resistance here now. And we've got quite a few levels mapped out towards that 155. So not going to get too aggressive, right, chasing after this. So if this thing can break that 150, we have a little bit of space. 150, 130, cool. 153.20, cool. That looks fine to me. And then we kind of have that 155 area. So it seems pretty reasonable with those levels. Don't need to change too much here. Again, right, downside case or bear case, will be Bollinger Bands. Maybe starting to look a bit like a bear flag, right, on the daily. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right, bear flag, we would need to see a breakdown, right, under this sort of 138.60 area anyway. Okay, Tesla, inside bar, decreasing volume. Interesting. Okay, so inside bar plus gap down. So again, right, bull case not really changing until that 790 breaks. Maybe we can be a little bit more aggressive here actually. You go 770. That looks pretty reasonable. We're going to assume $10, right? Because that next resistance, 788, right? Yeah, fine by me. So now here, right, is there room under that 730? What is this? $727. Yeah, okay, that's probably enough space. So now we'll be looking for a breakdown under 727, down towards sort of those lows. Hey, Alex, down towards sort of these lows here, say 720-ish, and then space down towards sort of that 710 kind of zone. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not logged out of the chat here. Looks fine, okay. So now we can get that continuation, right? Certainly seems like there's a little bit of space, at least down towards that 700 area. And then, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm just yawning for some reason so much today. No late night, but yeah, maybe just trying to catch up on some sleep here a little bit. All right, Microsoft, right? Same story across the board. So second most bullish. Just need my second coffee, I think. All right, so second most bullish, gap down. Right, decreasing vol. So bull case 268.50, round that up 269, I would say. Okay, above that 269, we're going to have a little bit of space, right? 270, 271, 270, 250, kind of here-ish, right? Cool, and then 274. So that looks fine by me. To the downside, right, Bollinger Bands. Here again. For some reason that doesn't look right. So if we can now get that continuation, right, Bollinger Bands are going to be our friend here to the downside. Probably looking to break down under that 262.20, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. AMD, okay. Interesting, showing us relative strength here yesterday, right? Strong outlier volume. It was bumping all day there. So we're going to call it full body bullish. Plus increasing outlier vol. Plus gap down. So again, another 2 out of 3 here this AM. right? And then we're starting to look at that 103.20 area, 103, let's call it 103.30. So above that 103.30 seems to look a little bit clean, right? We've got some resistance here, 105. Let's mark this out. So we have kind of here, right, 105. That looks fine to me. Above 105, we go 106. So 105.95 was rounded up 106. And then there doesn't really seem to be too much. Maybe we have a stop here along the way at this 107, and then it seems like that 110 is that next barrier. But we're moving $1 at a time here essentially, so I'm just going to assume we find that resistance along the way with some stops in that context. Pretty hard to be bearish here today after that really aggressive high volume day yesterday. So it might be one to more watch than one to trade to the downside. We should have at least some easier setups in that context. Okay, similar narrative here on NVIDIA, right? So second most bullish, plus increasing volume, plus gap down. So again, right, we're going to be looking at BB reversals here to the downside. Our high of day yesterday was 184, so reasonable starting point, right? We have that mapped out already. And then just make sure we're not missing anything too crazy, right? Doesn't seem like there's really any resistance here, maybe until we get towards that sort of 188 area, right? 180, yeah, 188 area. So that looks okay, right? We're just going to assume the same kind of thing, 188. Then above 188, we'll assume 190, right? Round number. And from that 190, we kind of go towards that 192. And then 195. I'm just going to put a stop in here at 189 just in case. A little bit of a slowdown just in case. But otherwise looks okay. Bollinger Bands again will be our friend here if we get breakdowns to the downside. And we'll see how that sort of shapes up and where that momentum steps up. But not going to get too aggressive here today. Not going to be too ambitious or fighting anything or forcing anything. Nothing along those lines, right? So I want to be patient here. Again, we'll see how this thing shapes up. Okay, Facebook may be giving us the best look here to the downside. We can actually map some levels out to the downside here. So Facebook, Doji, plus decreasing vol, plus gap down. So bull case not changing. We didn't make a higher high there yesterday, or a higher high above our area of resistance that we are anticipating. So now we're going to be looking for a breakdown under this 198, we'll call it. That looks fine to me. So under 198, right, we kind of have this area where we're looking at for our resistance. So let's just draw this out, right? So we quickly have here 196, we'll call it. 195, 194, 191.30. So that looks pretty good to me. So we're going to go 198, 196, 194, 191.30. Okay, and then we're going to assume stop along the way at 190 at the very end there. Under 190, we go 188 and then 185. Sweet, so plenty of space down there. Get rid of all these lines, keep it clean. But definitely has some momentum here to the downside. We can at least chase or look for sort of a volume divergence breakdown and hopefully get a little bit of follow through. But looks pretty good, right? Nothing too crazy here. VIX looks like it's starting to climb back up towards those 30s at 26.95. And 10-year Treasury looking fairly expensive here at 2.983. So we definitely have a little bit of, I don't know, resistance if you want to call it that, right? Created from those sort of external factors. And we'll see how they continue to sort of behave. But nothing really too crazy, guys, for us to deal with. Nothing too insane for us to try to trade or force or anything along those lines. if we get that relative strength, if we get that strong momentum, we should have a really good indication or really good opportunity to get some clean follow through. But we need to be really patient here today as well, right? It's not been exactly an easy market here as of late, right? And so we're going to assume that it's going to continue to be challenging until proven otherwise. All that means, right, is that we have to be patient, disciplined, right? Focus on the variables that we can control, and then when we do, everything else will sort of take care of itself. So not here to force anything today, not here to rush anything today, and then hopefully we can have a really strong session. So we'll see how things shape up. I would say in general, something like this, Facebook, probably my favorite setup of the day. Tesla looks pretty good as well. So I'd say Facebook and Tesla are probably the two of the strongest looks. And then we're just going to see where else that other momentum steps in. So we're going to be cautious, guys. We're going to be patient. And hopefully we can get a clean setup or two. Definitely seems like we could get a look. But, yeah. We'll see, right? So we'll see how it comes together. So I'm just going to make myself a cup of coffee, guys. Get rid of these yawns. Be back in about, 5-10 minutes. And we'll do a quick little pre-market rundown before the day starts as well. So let's do a quick little rundown here again before the session starts. I got about 15 minutes or so. Right, but we kind of have a little bit of a challenging environment here where we're fighting a bit of the trend here with this gap down, right? So yesterday, nice little second most bullish candle here, right, on the SPY. Increasing volume, albeit not a huge sign of strength, and then a pretty significant gap down here this AM. So that just slows us down here just a little bit this morning, and maybe not perfect, but certainly could be in play if it wants to continue to behave. Maybe that means we're going to look for sort of high volume reversals off sort of the bottom or yesterday's lows, depending on how that price action chooses to sort of behave here this morning. But we're not going to get too aggressive chasing after anything until things look perfect. So I'm going to be patient, guys, pretty much across the board here again today. That's going to be generally the theme, and hopefully we can have a really clean setup or two. Similar narrative here on QQQ, right, with that increasing volume, second most bullish candle, but increasing without really necessarily showing us a ton of relative strength, right? It's increasing, it's a little bit of momentum, it's a little bit of something, but it's not exactly well above outlier, right? It's hard to put too much stock into this as we sort of behave and sort of chill out. So I don't want to get too attached. I don't want to fall in love with this too aggressively. And so if that's the case, right, rather be cautious and patient until things are perfect. Similar here in Apple, although Apple, maybe it's a little bit easier for us to be bearish, has that volume profile. It was not increasing, right? So we've got the second most bullish candle, decreasing volume, and then a gap down. So we can almost argue that we have a little bit of a volume divergence breakdown setting up here. And if we can get that follow through, right, maybe we have a chance down towards sort of those low 140s. Bollinger Bands are going to be our friend here to the downside. So in the 30-minute time frame here, we're going to be looking for sort of BB reversals or moves back down towards sort of that bottom line, just depending on how price action comes together. We can see, right, relatively compressed band here on this 30-minute time frame. So that tells us that we have a little bit of a breakdown, or assume that we have volatility coming, right? Thin bands equals consolidation, right? Fat bands equals reversion to the mean, or expecting a reversion to the mean. Hey, good morning, Green Thumb. So that's what we're going to be looking for here on Apple. Again, not too easy for us to be super in love with this price action. So we're going to want to see how that behaves and how that sort of comes together. But certainly looks like there could be a little bit of something in play there. Tesla maybe is the best look here in either direction, where we have a little bit of an inside bar, decreasing volume, and then a gap down. But a gap down that isn't maybe as aggressive as some of these other peers. So if we get that bullish momentum here, get that bullish strength, maybe we can move that $25 above that 770 for a move towards that sort of 780. Otherwise, we're looking for a breakdown, another $20 down towards that sort of 727 for a move down towards sort of that 720, 710, 700 area. And again, right, if that potential is there, if that momentum is there, we should have a pretty clean opportunity to take advantage of today's price action. We want to be a little bit patient, making sure that we're not chasing after anything that isn't there. Microsoft, right? Similar narrative here with Apple, with a second most bullish candle, decreasing volume, and then a gap down. So we certainly will be relying on Bollinger Bands here again to sort of give us a move maybe down towards sort of that 260 area. We'll just have to see where that momentum steps in, where that relative strength lies, and then we can kind of figure it out from there. But definitely feel like there is a little bit of a chance for us to get some follow through here, just depending on how this market wants to behave. Again, like we talked about on the SPY, if we start to see a little bit of that bullish bounce, maybe off of these lows, we could have a target towards sort of high of day or towards sort of that 269 zone, where realistically it probably won't be getting too aggressive on this today. AMD showing us good relative strength compared to some of the index peers, right, where it gave us really strong outlier volume here, right, highest volume bar since early May, since May 5th. Full body bullish candle, and then that gap down is slowing us down here a little bit. What I like about this gap down is, at least for now, it's holding this $100 psych level. So if we can continue to sustain this price action, maybe we have a chance to sort of run this thing up. Again, Bollinger Bands are going to be our friend here, and we should have a little bit of a range in either direction, although my bias will be to the upside after yesterday's strong volume profile. So if we can get a breakout over that 103.30, we certainly have space towards that 105 and then eventually even that 110 area. But we're going to want to not get too aggressive along the way and just assume that there's going to be a little bit of resistance until we get that sort of proven otherwise. NVDA, right? Really similar looking setup here with the second most bullish candle, right? Increasing, albeit not outlier, but closer to say outlier than something like QQQ or something like the SPY, right? So we have relative strength compared to those indexes on this thing here today. Sorry, one sec. So if we can get that momentum, right, if this thing can kind of run and pop, then certainly is an opportunity to kind of give us that follow through in either direction. But we want to make sure that this thing has a little bit of volume supporting any sort of thesis here this AM. And if we lose that volume, if we don't have that clean look, it's going to be really hard for me to take advantage of whatever kind of shapes up here. Facebook to the downside, I like it quite a bit, right? Doji, indecisive price action. We weren't able to make a breakout over yesterday's highs, kind of hanging out in the middle of this range. So if we can break down under that 198, we're going to have lost a psych zone. We're going to have kind of a volume divergence breakdown here setting up. And we've certainly got space down towards sort of that, early 195, 196 zone. Under 196, we start to move quite aggressively down towards sort of that 190 area. And if that momentum is in play, then we certainly could get a little bit of follow through. But again, not going to get too aggressive chasing this thing if it isn't absolutely perfect this AM. I would rather be really cautious and really patient, waiting for just the cleanest of setups this morning. So we're going to see how the day shapes up. I'm not quite sure how busy we're going to be here yet, but we at least have a lot less Fed speak in the way. We don't have the same sort of news narratives to deal with as we had yesterday. So hopefully that means we should get a clean setup or two. And then just a question of if we can get that right risk reward profile, right, clean candle setup, and then hopefully we can take advantage of those moves. So that's really today's game plan. I'm going to go spend just a few minutes here visualizing just a successful trading day. And then we'll do a quick little 30-second rundown before market opens here at 9:30. If you guys have any chart requests or anything that you're looking at, please pop it in the chat. We'll go over it. Otherwise, just put yourself in a position to have yourself a successful session as well. All right, so just a few minutes here till market open. Quick little rundown here, right? We have a couple 2 for 3s, but not exactly great 2 for 3s. So 2 for 3s on the pre-market conditions checklist, right? So previous candle looked like this one. We had increasing volume, and then the gap down does not support that sort of thesis. So that's where that comes from. And so if we can get this thing to follow through, right, we're going to be looking for price action here to kind of support that idea at this AM. Not going to get too aggressive, though. We're not going to kind of be too wild until things look absolutely perfect, right? Similar narrative here in Apple, where Apple isn't necessarily giving us that increasing volume, so a little bit weaker, where maybe we can look at this as sort of a volume divergence breakdown, right? Maybe a slightly easier setup. But again, right, Bollinger Bands are going to be our friend. Pre-market, right, Tesla and Facebook are the two best looking in my opinion, right, where Facebook looks similar here to Apple, but on a much weaker looking candle, right? So Facebook has that sort of doji, Tesla has that inside bar, so consolidation, right, certainly creates an opportunity to kind of give us that opportunity, give us that setup in either direction. So we're going to see how that comes together, right, but nothing too much to get in love with, right? Nothing to get too in love with here, guys, right, until things look absolutely perfect. So we're going to see how this shapes up, and hopefully we have a really strong morning, and we have a really strong sort of kind of session here for us to take advantage of. But I really don't want to force things. I really don't want to rush things, and hopefully we can have a strong day. If you guys are DTR guests, thanks so much for joining us here on DTR Wednesday. If you have any questions, please use the chat for all of them. The more questions you ask, the more I'll have to talk about, and all those sort of things. But that's really it. So we're going to see how this day shapes up. We're going to see where that momentum steps in, and hopefully we can get a clean session. At market open, VIX seems to be climbing towards 27.5. So maybe that's putting on a little bit of downside pressure here off this opening bell. And hopefully we can get a really clean setup or two. Absolutely, Jimmy. Patience always pays. Love your spelling on it. That's absolutely fantastic, and hopefully we can get a clean setup here, guys. We're not going to force anything. We're not going to rush anything, right? These market conditions aren't exactly telling us that we're going to have necessarily the easiest of sessions here today, so we want to make sure that we're not forcing anything, and we're just kind of going after plays that are absolutely perfect. So no compromises, nothing to force, nothing to rush, nothing to overtrade, and then hopefully we can take advantage of whatever the price action is here today. So we'll see how this shapes up, right? We'll see where that momentum is. We'll see where that opening 5-min volume tells us, if it gives us sort of any clues and any hints, and then we can kind of go from there. Tesla, exceptional volume pace here so far. Microsoft, nah, not really. NVDA, really good volume pace. AMD, right, if we're going to play back towards sort of high of day, AMD maybe is the best, as it's showing us that most sort of outlier strength here compared to yesterday. So if we get that sort of bullish momentum here this AM, right, BB band will be looking increasing volume back towards midline, target 102, and then sort of high of day 103 area. If that could certainly set up, that would be certainly very interesting to me. But again, right, not quite ready to jump in for anything here yet. We're going to want to wait to see how these candles open, see where that strength is, see where that momentum is, and then hopefully we can take advantage of some of these moves. So nothing yet here, guys. We've had nothing trigger here. None of our alerts go off. So we still want to remain relatively cautious, relatively patient until things look absolutely perfect. Don't like the divergence between QQQ and SPY. Would like to see those telling us that same consistent narrative. But we'll see how they shape up here today, and hopefully we can get a really clean look in either direction. So I would say right now AMD is probably top of the watch list if we're going to get that bullish momentum. Maybe Tesla as well. Okay, so a little bit of indecision there at that close. It's not fantastic. Tesla maybe looks a little bit better. But opening range here on the indexes, not exactly a high conviction as of yet. So that just slows me down just a little bit here. All right, a little bit of a doji, on both. So we need to just be a little bit cautious, right? Waiting for things to be absolutely perfect. Right? No clean A+ setups as of yet. Tesla holding up maybe the best here for now. But we'll watch this. Again, still not quite ready. Maybe this NVIDIA could be in play here if this volume wants to remain very thin. But it's creeping up above that average, so we want to be a little bit cautious here with it. That could be in play potentially. Okay, that's probably getting a little bit too aggressive for me for a pullback. Trying to maybe get a little bit of a sell-off here in general. So what we'd like to see here, right, probably now wait for some 15-min closes to give us just a little bit more conviction on the direction here and the volume profile. We just have a little bit of indecision here so far, so I want to slow things down just a little bit and wait for it to be perfect. We're not quite there yet, so I'd rather be just a little bit cautious and wait it out until we are. Just for now, not looking perfect, right, like I said. So I'll wait for these 15-min candles to close, see if they can give us that high conviction candle. Right, we're looking for something that looks like this most bullish, second most bullish, or most bearish, second most bearish, and then we can look for sort of the appropriate pullback. So we should have a few things that have a chance to go outlier here, right? QQQ certainly has a chance. Apple certainly has a chance to go increasing and outlier. Tesla already there. Microsoft, no. AMD, if it can go red, is in play, or fills out to the upside, is in play. NVDA, too much of a doji here in the short term, but if it fills out to the downside, or can we rocket back up towards sort of that 180 area, maybe 178 area, could be a bit in play. Facebook looks not bad, but maybe getting a bit doji. So want to be just a little bit cautious here still. Nothing obvious yet standing out. Okay, I would say QQQ and Apple are both on watch, albeit both a little bit compromised. So if we can get a decent little pullback here, I will be interested. Okay, definitely watching QQQ here. All right, this maybe looks a little bit better than Apple at the moment. We'll see how this thing holds up over the next 2.5 minutes. Okay, so let's watch this close here carefully. So that's a pretty good looking close here so far. All right, good close, good close. Which puts now? So who remembers the stop loss math here, guys, right? Who remembers? So we have a stop loss of approximately 40 cents, right? So 0.4 times 0.293. Zero spot 4 times 0.293 divided by the option price, which is approximately $1.98. So stop loss of about 6%. All right, so we're going to round this up, 10% stop loss. Okay, remember, we're going to try to, if it makes a higher high here, right, just catch your breath for a sec. Okay, so there it is, right? So we'll be looking for an entry here. Not quite in yet. Take your breath, right? Catch your breath. Still not in, guys. Still not in. Just give it a second, right? Catch your breath always in here. All right, guys, I am in. Average price 184. 184 average price. So let's see if this thing can now give us some quick follow through and flush down towards sort of those 190s, right? And make this a nice little trade for us right off the bat. So far, so good, right? So far, so good. Okay, so let's see if this thing can give us some immediate follow through, guys. Right, in good shape here so far. First take profit target is going to be just under $2. So I'm going to look to take some off here now. 1/5 of my position. And I'm getting a fill. Now, guys, I'm out 1/5 of my position at 202. And now I've pushed up my stop loss to my entry price. So stop loss now on my remainder is going to be at 187. We'll call it 187. Just to give myself a little bit of space with the spread. But in pretty good shape here. So now let's see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through to the downside. But fantastic start to the day here. Really, really good first trade. Excellent patience waiting this thing out to be absolutely perfect for us and for sniping that entry, right? This is always our entry zone. And the longer we can take, right, or the more breath we can take inside that area, right, the better off we're going to be. I'm going to look to take a little bit more off if we hit that sort of 215 mark or we make lower lows, whatever sort of happens first, and then I'll push my stop loss a little bit further up. I'll take off another 1/5 of my original position on that area, and we'll see if that can keep kind of running down, but in really good shape here so far. So 215 just touched on the ask. I'd like to see if we can hit there on the bid. I'm going to take off another 1/5 of my original position. Right, there we go, guys. Lock that in. Stop loss now on my remainder is going to be a little bit higher. Let's call it $2. And let's see if this thing can keep rocking and rolling. Let's go, guys. Hopefully a few of you guys caught this as well and are now banking big with me here. Great job, guys. Great first trade. Let's go, Max. That's epic, dude. That's epic. All right, here we go. Starting to move big on us now, right? 233 here. So in really good shape. I'm going to take off probably a little bit more around that 250 target. Around that 250 target, if we can get there. I'm going to take off another original 1/5 of my position if we can get there. But otherwise, I'm being pretty casual in how I manage this. Don't need to do anything too crazy. But in really, really good shape, guys. Excellent patience on this QQQ. Let's go. Nice average, Damon. Nice average. Yeah, my average price was like 184.5. So you did really well timing that as well. Good job. So Facebook's starting to break down, right? We're starting to see a few names support our QQQ narrative. That should be really beneficial for us here. So let's see if this thing can keep breaking. Like I said, next take profit target is going to be approximately 250-ish. We can get there. Stop loss now on my remainder is still $2. Stop loss is still $2 on my remainder. And that's an entry protection stop loss, right? So I'm not going to let this trade go red. I've locked off 2 chunks of profit and protecting entry here at $2. That's okay. So were you trying to do a what was your technique on your entry op, if that makes sense? So like were you like trying to pick a price and get that price, or were you maybe being a little bit more flexible? So like what I do is when we hit that 390 or get close, I hit whatever the ask is. And then that's sort of my like upper limit for like a market order. So anything that is within that sort of range, anything that's still less than that price, I'm happy to take a fill on. And then I'm just kind of trying to just catch my breath here, try to get as close of a tight of an entry as I possibly can. Hey, that's all right, Chad, though, right? You're still in pretty green. So that's okay. You'll get better with that entry timing. That's okay. Right? You still didn't spend very much time in the red. And hey, no complaints. You got in, you're green, you're protecting entry. That's a great outcome, man. Congratulations. Right, the difference between 190 and 185 or 187 or whatever, it's negligible, right? So it's better to, as long as your position sizing was okay and you weren't like going too hog wild. When we have a 10% stop loss, you know, you're not really you're not missing out on too much. Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of latency in the stream, guys, right? It's about 3 seconds. So it's about 3 seconds. So you'll get better at timing it and figuring it out, but worth noting for sure. Let's go, James. That's awesome. Hey, no, that's fantastic, Trevor, right? And it's best to be selfish, right? Be incredibly selfish. Always do what's best for you and your account. Oh, sorry. I thought you said you closed, not I hosed. So I should get stopped out here in a sec, guys. All right, I got stopped out at $2. And look, we caught most of that move. We took some profit off, right? Fantastic little trade, guys, right? We had that insurance for that low of day breakout. Now it's kind of giving us that fake out. And hey, we had that insurance. We played it pretty well, made some money, and pretty fantastic little outcome. Let's go, Perry. Let's go. That's awesome. Congratulations. Great trade, guys. Great trade. This thing could set back up for us, right? If this thing now gives us, that same version of this candle, right? It could give us another re-entry opportunity to try to run this thing another leg down. But we don't need to do anything too aggressive here, right? Yeah, but we're not getting that in this market at the moment, Damon. So we got almost, 20%? So 20% is pretty good. I'll take that on a full-size play every single day. And hopefully we can keep getting a clean action. But that was a pretty nice start. Maybe we can get something in like this AMD. But that's sick, Jesus. That's awesome. Congratulations, guys. Great start to the session. Yeah, right. And that's the point, right? That's why position sizing keeps us in play. Yesterday was we took 8% loss on a 2/3 position size play, right? So this should totally make up for that and then some. And that's why our position sizing is so important. Why our risk management is so important. Because then we can survive, right, red days and then quickly make it up with a green day, right? If we take a 10% loss, it only takes an 11% win to recover it. But if we take like a 30% loss, it takes like a 45% win to recover it, right? So it's really important that we keep our stops tight, we keep our risk limited, and then everything else, guys, will sort of take care of itself as we manage our sort of human desires and human expectations. I really appreciate that, Damon. That's a really kind compliment. I try to be as transparent as I possibly can with what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, why I'm sizing, why I'm doing everything. And it helps me too, right? It helps me understand my logic and feel really confident in what I'm doing. So I'm glad that you guys see the benefit, glad that it helps you guys. And yeah, I try to do DTR a little bit different than other trading rooms. So I appreciate the feedback. That's fantastic. And I'm glad that you're crushing it. That's a great result. Yeah, so I use like essentially what's a market order, right? But it's a market order with like a upper limit, right? So when I go for my entry, right, when it touches this, I hit the ask as my price, right? And then inside this zone, I'm trying to get anything that can get me a fill that's cheaper than the ask. So if, say, the ask currently on these QQQ puts is like 190, So I would hit 190. That'd be sort of my upper limit. And then I'd be willing to get an execution anywhere under that 190 price, if that makes sense. So I'm still doing it as a limit order, but it's essentially a market order. The way it behaves that way when you set a price that way is it behaves like a market order with a limit, right? So that's sort of the logic, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's essentially the same. It's totally the same concept. But just if I hit market order, I just have to hit a different button and all these sort of things. So it's just my process. There's no yeah, I hate to play same day expirations, Sue. It's just not worth the extra stress. So I always try to buy myself a little bit more time. Yeah, AMD at this point, we want to see it break out over this 103 to trigger that setup. We don't really have the space towards that resistance area anymore. So if we can get that thing to break out through that 103, then we're going to have a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of run this thing up. That would be a little bit more enticing for me. So we need to see that setup trigger. If we were a little bit lower, like near the bottom of the BB band and got that pullback, we have a lot more of a realistic sort of outcome there. But just didn't quite. We didn't quite get a hit there. So we'd rather wait until this thing can give me that breakout, and then we've got some space towards that 105, if that makes a bit of sense. But the main issue with that AMD here a little bit is it's a little bit contrary to what the indexes are showing us. And so although we're no longer in this QQQ, it's not exactly bouncing back and showing us bullish momentum. And so that maybe slows down the potential to get a breakout in something like this AMD, right? If the markets aren't giving us, or the indexes aren't giving us follow through, it's hard to expect that heavy weighted names are going to give us that follow through as well. So for those of you who are DTR guests, I trade like this day in, day out with my members. So if you're ever interested in trading with us, you can start your 1 week trial for $1 at daytradinglivestream.com/join. Link should be down in the description below. Otherwise, I'll pop it here in the link. And like I said, I trade like this every single day with members, and you'll get access to the DTR Discord. You'll get access to the setup alerts, all the training docs. You'll get access to me. Yeah, Matthew, love that. Love to hear that. And all we do, guys, is try to improve, get better as traders, and we focus on little things that maybe other rooms don't. We're very conscious about risk management. We're very conscious about our position sizing, and we try to just be as transparent and honest as possible. And so that's what the DTR advantage is. If I can't turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less, as long as you are following proper risk management, then I will absolutely refund your money if I can't get you there. But I'm really confident I can, and I think we can all sort of do really well together. Love the feedback from all the members. Thank you so much, guys. That means a lot to me. Much appreciated. And yeah, guys, we can keep looking for strong setups, but we have now no reason to overtrade, no reason to force anything, no reason to rush anything. We're sitting on a nice little green day, and so let's make sure that we're stacking up those good decisions instead of just trying to find that next play, right? I'm up 1%. I'm up 1% here on the session, and so I don't need to do anything too crazy. I don't need to do anything too aggressive, but hopefully we can still find a clean setup or two. Definitely a little bit of that downside potential here. So if we can get that correct looking pullback, right? Maybe something like this Apple now wants to set up for us. It could be in play, but just not quite ready for me yet. Oh, much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated. You guys are very kind to me. Yeah, so if you want to send me a message, we can talk about doing something lifetime. I really appreciate that. That's really kind. And we're just trying to get you guys to be green traders, right? That's my number one objective. And selfishly, right, I improve as a trader personally by helping others. And that's sort of why I do it. Really kind feedback, guys. Really, really kind feedback. Hopefully we can keep finding a couple strong trades, but really, really happy with how this day is going so far. Okay, I just want to test my mic here a little bit. So sorry guys, I think the mic's been a little bit clippy here today. Just trying to get that just a little bit better. Apologies. Okay, I'm just going to test this a few times. Apologies. Test, 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 test. Okay, let's try this again. Sorry, guys. Should be a lot cleaner sounding than what it is now. Okay, can we test this? Is this sounding better? Let's see here. Okay, one more attempt here, one more attempt. Still sounds a little bit fuzzy to me. So apologies, guys. I'll see if I can figure it out later on. But hopefully you can live with this for now. Okay, test, test. Sorry, test, test. Yeah, I'm with you here, Rich. It sounds raspy to me too. Much raspier than normal. All right, I'll try to figure it out over lunch. Apologies for in the short term, but for now, not quite. Yeah, no worries, Matthew. I feel yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna focus on it in spite of trading, right? If there's nothing set up, I'll look at it when I have a little bit of time. But I appreciate the feedback, guys. Sorry for the slightly poor quality here today. It's just loud, you said? Might be able to fix that pretty easy. So is that maybe a little bit better? Is that a little bit better? Is that a little bit better? I appreciate that, guys. So I'll try to work on this a little bit, but hopefully we can make this at least not too much of a pain in the ass here. So what we're looking for on this AMD is for it to hold this 103.30 area. If we can sustain this breakout on increasing volume, then we're going to have a really good opportunity to kind of run this thing up. But let's be a little bit cautious here and not get too attached. Right, little bit of a fake out potentially there so far, and indexes aren't necessarily cooperating. So going to be a little bit patient here, waiting for it to be absolutely perfect, but definitely on watch. Okay, so far okay. Want to see this thing continue to hold though, right? So didn't quite give us on that initial candle. See if we can give us that on that next candle here. So we still got 4 minutes to go before this is really in play. So we didn't really miss out on too much here on QQQ in general. Still very much kind of in play here. Sorry, not really in play. It didn't give us any follow through right from our entry, but nice to have that sort of insurance for a breakdown. But not too much else for us to do here in the short term. Yeah, good question. So it's just a 20 MA, 20 period moving average. So if you have TradingView, if you just go to inputs, style, tick, volume MA, and then inputs 20. So a little bit of a fake out by the looks of it on this AMD. So tough for us to trade this at the moment. Maybe if it rejects, we can look for reversion back down towards mean and low of day. But again, not super motivated by that considering its relative strength. I just use whatever the default settings are. Nothing crazy. Just whatever the default is. Oh, just this is our pre-market plan, right? So we're happy to be bullish for breakouts, but because of overnight price action, it was really hard to chase breakdowns. So we'd be using Bollinger Bands to determine sort of our areas of resistance or perceived areas of resistance. Whereas, we're fighting the trend here. So when we're fighting the trend, we don't really have a breakout level. So if we're going to look for reversions, we're going to use Bollinger Bands to find those reversion levels. Okay, let's see if this works maybe a little bit better. Maybe this is just a little bit cleaner of a sound. So let's test this again. Let's test this again. Sorry, guys. Okay, one more test here. One more test. It actually might have sounded just a little bit better. I don't know. We'll see. So what I look for is I want that when I see a setup, I want to see enthusiasm behind that setup. So a setup becomes generally valid for me once I start to get that high volume pop and full body candle on a breakout and hold. So that for me is a little bit of confirmation that the setup is actually showing me relative strength where there's enthusiasm behind it. And then my confirmation is the opposite of whatever my setup candle is. So on a bull case, right, it'll be a neutral bearish candle to least bearish candle with that decreasing thinning volume. So yeah, good question, Trevor. So everyone has a different routine. Everyone has a different style, I suppose. For me, really, it was like very rigid. What are like the pre-market checks we had to do in the office, all that sort of stuff. And I worked fairly inconsistent hours. So there'd be times where I'd be trading like U.S. hours, European hours, and Asian hours. So I didn't really have too much of a routine in that context. It was more just like drink as much coffee as I can to make sure I'm feeling alive. And certainly that element hasn't necessarily changed. But like waking up early and doing those sort of things certainly has. So yeah, there's a little bit, some influence, but mostly now I can be a little bit more selfish with my time, and so I take advantage of that pretty aggressively.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
I don't anymore. It's actually what I started trading out, but these days I just trade U.S. equities. Yeah, I mean, once I traded FX when I first started out trading, and then it's now been like just, I don't know, many years of not trading it. But honestly, the big thing is that there's no, I mean, you can pretty much trade 24/7 with FX, and so I would really struggle to shut off. So that's why I don't do it, really. That's the main reason. The leverage, I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's like trading penny stocks, but yeah, it's mostly that where I just wouldn't be able to shut off. At least with U.S. equities, you have pretty rigid hours on which you're able to trade, and so it's easier to sort of build that routine and have sort of a life outside of trading. I mean, there'll definitely be times where things set up, right? But in general, outside of those hours that you just listed, there's not really that much of an expectation of the volume being there, and so I just don't waste my time watching, really. Yeah, we had a nice little play on that QQQ, about 20%. Yeah, so you're spot on there, Chad. Too much volume, wrong candle on AMD, right? So no real setup here to the downside. Tesla, I saw something that maybe got removed from like some S&P tracking index. Maybe that's where it's getting pushed down from, or where that narrative is coming from. but it seems to be behaving or seems to be reacting a lot to that Twitter news in general. So not too much there to get involved with. Interesting volume bounce off that 400, Damon, you're right. Wish was maybe just a little bit more volume. Like if it was like well above outlier, then it'd be easier to sort of get attached to this, but I'm not really interested in this at the moment. Yeah, I'm starting to get real annoyed with this mic. So apologies, guys. It's like the original DTR mic. Not sure why it's behaving like this, but I'll work on it. Hope we can get a little bit better. But yeah, apologies if today it's a little bit just scratchy and raspy. Well, there's a balance there, right? So trading with fake money, there's a lot of things that you can learn that don't have to cost you money, right? Learning how to manage your risk, learning how to size your positions, learning how to use your execution software, all those things can be taught and learn without it having to cost you any actual real dollars. But yeah, eventually you got to go on to real and stress test those decisions. The reality is, the metaphor I like to use, right, is Tom Brady. He could only practice the 2-minute drill in the Super Bowl a couple times, right? He's done it I don't know, maybe 3 times in his career, but every time he's in that situation, right, he's always prepared and he's always perfect. He always knows what he's going to do because it's a muscle memory thing for him, right? Because his practice has been so excellent and so spot on that, he gives himself an opportunity to then just rely on those entrained skills instead of allowing the emotions to take over in that situation. And so that's what I think sim trading can be like, where you focus and you master your position sizing, you get really good at taking stop loss. So you get, those sort of things become muscle memory. And then it makes it a lot easier to be emotionless or be more robotic in your trading. Generally, if you're emotional, you're sizing too big and you're not defining your risk, right? So if you're understanding how much you're going to lose, why you're going to lose that much, and you're then sizing to avoid a number that hurts you, you're going to remove a lot of that anxiety inside the trade. But you're not going to get good at that if you're losing money essentially making those decisions. Becomes really challenging to do so. So that's where sim can be really, really helpful. When I worked at the hedge fund, I spent 3 months on sim, and I was focused and forced to learn, and to refine my strategy that way. And then, I went live after that. But it's different for everyone. But this concept where if you say to yourself that you can't be disciplined because it's a simulator, then you're lying to yourself, right? And you're cheating yourself of future gains. So, look, the market's not going anywhere. It's not all of a sudden we're not all of a sudden going to get the conditions we had at the start of COVID. So, don't cheat yourself of future gains, and just focus on those little variables that you can actually control. And it's much easier to learn those things if you can remove the motion of trying to make money while you're learning them. No desire to trade those, right? There's a million different ways to win, and I try to stick to one, right? I try to stick to one strategy that I know I can execute close to flawlessly. And so I don't need to overcomplicate things or confuse myself or try to win every single which way. You're just going to overwhelm yourself in that way. So I know what my edge is. I know how to manage my risk within this edge, and it works really well for me. So I'm not too motivated to then start adding 1,000 different things just to get more action. All I need is one good trade a day. That's it. And so if I can get that, then nothing else matters. All right, still playing around with this microphone. For some reason, guys, it just cannot get it to sound the way it was sounding yesterday. It's driving me nuts. So apologies if I keep testing and ranting and raving a little bit, but trying to get it right. So not too much is changing here, right? We're not getting much follow through in either direction. We're kind of now creeping up towards that slow time. So we'll be watching, but we don't have too much of a desire to do anything else besides sort of sit on a nice green day, right? Been a pretty good result here. Maybe we can get a little bit of follow through somewhere, but not too aggressively chasing after anything, not really getting any great range bound conditions. So I'd rather be really patient, guys, and hope that we can keep getting some clean price action. But really good session here so far. Nothing to rush, nothing to overtrade, and hopefully we can keep getting a little bit of something else here today. I think that actually might have sounded a little bit better. Maybe I'm just going crazy here, but maybe this sounds a little bit better now. Sounds good, Damon. Glad you had a good day with us. Enjoy the Zoom, man. Sounds like a lot of fun. Monkey on the stream, monkey in real life. That's quite the afternoon. So good job. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. Yeah, nothing since then, Andrew. Mostly just trying to play around with my mic, try to get that sound correct. But nothing really in play for me here at the moment. So you haven't missed out on too much. So we certainly didn't miss out anything on AMD either, right? Quite the fake out with no real outlier volume to then step back in and defend here, right? Or to suggest that we're going to get that strength for a pullback. So there's nothing really to trade there in the moment, at least at the moment, sorry. Same thing across the board here generally. We need to see that volume step back in, and I don't know if that's going to happen here easily. So for now, very much just sitting on hands, waiting for that to happen. Maybe now trying to get that follow through on QQQ. But I mean, this was where our entry was, right? Way back here. And then it kind of just stopped around, hung out, and then broke down. So we had the attempt to try to get that breakout, right? Had the insurance essentially for our position, and then just could not get that big follow through. That's okay, right? That's the way it's going to go. Sometimes we're going to get lucky that we get the follow through big, sometimes early, sometimes we're going to get it a little bit later. But if this trade is strong, it'll give us another opportunity to enter on with the right sort of appropriate pullback candle. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, maybe we'll get a look here sometime here. So maybe if some volume can step back in and return, we have a little bit of an opportunity to catch something here. But I don't want to see a volume step in into lunch. That would be pretty trappy. But definitely getting some sell-offs here now. Relatively impressive volume so far all day on the SPY. Relatively impressive here on QQQ. Like this 15-min bar could have an opportunity to go outlier or at least larger than average. That could keep us interested in a possible look. But like I said, not really in too much of a rush to do anything else here. 1 for 1, caught a nice play up 1%. So no real, like I said, no real rush to do anything or to give anything away. Okay, so maybe we can get a pullback candle here on this, setting up here now on this QQQ, right? We should get to that outlier volume, right, pretty easily. Maybe have an opportunity on the SPY as well, right? Already at that outlier on the slightly longer time frame, so there could be a little bit of space here. So we'll see how this holds up over the next 2 minutes or so. So for now, I would say SPY may be a little bit more interesting than QQQ. A good 30-min bar here, right? Full body bearish, BB breakdown, right? Increasing outlier volume. A lot of things that we want to see here, right? Probably some space down towards sort of that 395 conservatively. I would say it's about $1, depending on how this thing closes. A little bit of a wacky close there. Right, Apple also is going to be in play, right? Good increasing outlier volume. Tesla, no. Microsoft, not big enough. NVDA, okay, might be in play here too. So let's see if any of these names can kind of give us that reasonable pullback now that we're looking for. But if we don't get it in the next like 10, 15 minutes, I'm not going to try to trade this over lunch. Yeah, that's a little bit unlucky, right? But still got 20%, so don't need to get too greedy here.
So today, for fun or something, installing mirror window film on a large sliding glass door that I have. My house is unique in that whenever you first come up to it, you actually come to the back door. And I don't want people to come in that way, and I also don't want them to be able to peer in and see all the stuff that's back there. So hopefully this will help direct people in the future to the correct door and give me a little more privacy. So let's get started.
Like it ended up consolidating for a long time here anyway, right? If our stop loss was sort of this top of this green line, we got stopped out anyway, right? Or at least very close to where we would have dealt with decay. So tough, but maybe this thing will keep giving us a chance for an entry. Didn't get the right 5 min bars there, so not chasing this down yet. Nice, Chad. I'm glad to hear that the repetition is coming through. That's fantastic, right? We'll keep building up that muscle memory. You'll keep training your eye to see what we're looking for. But I love to hear that. That's fantastic. Good job, man. Keep at it. The AMD is the hardest one to be selling into here, Jesus, right? Because yesterday's volume was the most impressive, right? So we have the most relative strength there yesterday compared to sort of QQQ, right? Compared to SPY, compared to Apple, right? AMD kind of showing us that most relative strength. So it's really challenging for us to be super involved with this. And then when we look at this 30-min bar, right, it's not showing us that increasing volume that we want to see. Whereas on Apple, right, we got that increasing, SPY, we got that increasing, right, QQQ, we got that increasing. So AMD is not showing us that same relative strength. So it's not really a high quality setup in my opinion. So although you're getting a nice little pullback candle here, it maybe feels a little bit trappy compared to some of those other names. Spot on, Chad. Spot on. All right, guys, so I'm not getting the look I want here, right? We're getting a little bit of a reversal, so not getting that follow through that we were hoping for. So I'm going to take off for lunch. We'll be back for around that 1:30 time frame, like always. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a better situation here, but we'll see what happens here going into this sort of afternoon period. But really strong start to the session, right? 1 for 1, nice little 20% win in that QQQ. So we're not going to get greedy, not going to give anything away, and hopefully we can find a strong setup this afternoon as well. So be back in a little bit, guys. Be back around that, like I said, 1:30 time frame like always, and then we can get back to it then. All right, quick test, quick test, quick test. Might sound just a little bit better, I think. Just gonna test this again. This might sound a little bit. So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope y'all had a nice little break here. I think Mike sounds a little bit better. Right, hopefully that's sorted out for now. I'll keep playing around with this potentially, but definitely continuing to get a little bit of a sell-off here during this sort of lunchtime period. Like this Tesla, wow, right? Like huge breakdown over this lunch. Now giving us maybe a little bit of follow through, right? QQQ giving us increasing outlier volume here on this 30-minute candle. Maybe we do have some space down towards maybe those 290s areas. Definitely seems like there could be a little bit of space. Other than that, right, we're going to still be relatively cautious. Pretty big sell-offs, right? Pretty big moves, but maybe want to start to worry or start to just kind of price in just in our sort of logics or in our setups that we've had a little bit of a sell-off already, right? Where it's going to be a bit challenging for us to get maybe that big downside continuation follow through. Now, it doesn't mean that can't happen. Doesn't mean it won't happen. But just want to be a little bit cautious, right? What is this from open here so far? Yeah, only 2.5–3%, right, so far on Q. So there's definitely still a little bit of space here. But something like this Tesla, right, maybe a little bit more aggressive where it's now, sorry, that's Apple, where we've kind of from the highs, right, about 6%. So that's maybe a little bit more, right, maybe a little bit more aggressive. So definitely seems like that could be something in play. But I think that might be, yeah, so we'll keep an eye on these things. But I like QQQ right now. Pretty impressive volume over lunchtime. So I'll be watching. We'll see how this thing closes, and then maybe we can get a clean look here into close. Excuse me. We've had a little bit of a, sorry for the cursing. I had a little bit of a fake out here today into this downside, and so that gets a little bit maybe challenging to then want to chase this, where it's been a fake out. Okay, had that set up here, right? Had the little rundown, probably would give you another 20% or so, right? But now then a little fake out and maybe not so much easy continuation. So let's be really patient. Let's see how things behave. VIX pushing back up towards 30, and so that tends to get to fairly nervy. But hopefully this creates a little bit of an easier environment for us. So we'll see, guys, but definitely feels like there's a lot of potential. So let's just wait for things to be absolutely perfect and see how they want to behave. So yeah, fairly interesting closes. I'm very impressed with QQQ. Very impressed. So I'll keep an eye on this for now. Yeah, not too much else to say or too much else to do, but certainly seems like we might have a look here in some of these tech heavy names. I don't know if AMD is going to be what I want to chase after. That volume's still not quite perfect. Facebook maybe not as strong, but QQQ on the index level, or indexes I should say in general, maybe seem a little bit stronger. Yeah, it could be just a setting you have ticked for some reason. But yeah, I don't see any skipping either as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Thanks for the reminder, Andrew. So QQQ, right? Still very much on watch here if it can kind of continue to behave and shape up. But these weren't the right profiles yet. So we want to see this thing now break down, right? Continue to give us. We're happy to trust shorter time frames because the volume standard here is exceptional. We can get a nice little 5-min, low vol pullback here, right? Maybe we have a little stop loss top of this range, target that sort of 290 area could be in play. But like I said, just maybe the main concern here is just to not chase after something that's a little bit extended. Generally don't like the time of day it's given us this look. Would like it to be just a little bit later, because there isn't that big expectation of getting that easy volume follow through. Doesn't mean it won't happen, doesn't mean it can't come together, but just being a little bit skeptical, right, in the short term. So still waiting for a little QQQ pullback. That's satisfactory. It's not quite there yet. So I'm just going to wait it out until it's perfect. Okay, so let's watch, right? QQQ may be in play. Only little concern is that maybe we're seeing some bottoming price action here. Seen it a couple times and then still fade. So it creates a little bit of a devious environment. But something like this Microsoft, right? Like that's huge volume on this candle all of a sudden, right? AMD not quite, NVDA not quite, but you know, one of the leading names really starting to flash a little bit. So we'll watch, right? Still potentially interested in some of these, albeit not quite ready yet. So pretty aggressive volume here, right, on some of these pullbacks on the old spider. Maybe a little bit more than we'd like to see, right, on one index, scaring me from chasing the other. This would be the right candle profile we'd want, right? Stop loss probably here-ish. Yeah, we took one trade here, QQQ, LJ. Let me give you the times, 1 sec. Entry was 9:53 Eastern. Quick little like 20% rip in 10 minutes. No complaints. Yeah, that sounds pretty much right. I can show you here. So this was, we had a 15 min setup. So opening 15 min, right? Strong increasing outlier volume, right? So a lot of nice downside potential. Then looking for sort of that confirmation on the 5 min time frame. So here's that confirmation of then weak bulls trying to reclaim control. So entry target was here, right? Or within this zone, right? It's always within the zone. So entry anywhere above there to sort of this, whatever, 301.40. Just ignore these lines. They're not perfect right now because don't want to zoom in too much. But that was essentially the area. So this high, right? If we made a higher high through this, 940 candle, like you say, then we sort of invalidate the weakness that we see from these weak bulls, right? So if we then make a significant higher high through our range, it's pretty hard for us to then look at that and say, this is continued strength. So look for a pullback inside this area, right? Took a few minutes to sort of find an entry I was happy with, and then got in, I think it was what, 184 or something like that. It's right here. Yeah, 184 on these contracts with a stop loss of 10% or a break of this high, whichever one gave me more flexibility. And because I got in probably around this like 301.10 area, I had a little bit more flexibility with my stop loss. But that was the logic. You're spot on correct. So too much volume here on this pullback, right? Tough to look at that and think that's the right volume profile. So I'll trade whatever the market is telling me, Temp. I don't really have too much of a bias. Now we've had such a strong day to the downside here, and we've had, really good momentum. I think this is probably more of an indication that we should be looking for sort of that bearish continuation. But every situation is different, and if I can get a really strong reversal, I'll be happy to play it as well. But I wouldn't say I have too much of a bias. It's more whatever I can do to follow the trend intraday and sort of long term. That tends to be when you can get those easiest conditions. So volume dried up here a little bit, right on these 30-min bars. So we got to wait this thing out. One sec, guys. Be back in a few minutes. I got someone at my door. Apologies. Sorry guys, back. Just had a mattress delivered. So apologies for that. I don't think we missed out on too much. Certainly didn't miss any entries. There's no logic here yet for one. So back again, right? Lower low. Getting that sort of sustained low of day breakdown. Waiting to see if we can get that pullback for that easy follow through here. Okay, so this QQQ maybe is a little bit interesting here. Kind of feels like it might want to have some legs down. This feels like a maybe misprint here on Microsoft. Target would be like 290 on this QQQ. No, not enough volume on the 30. Good on the 5. Okay on the 5, but I would say QQQ looks stronger. A little bit more of a volume backdrop. Again, not perfect volume on the 30, which makes it a little bit hard to trust. And then what I'm struggling with maybe a little bit is this rejection candle. Right, like it's a least bearish candle essentially, right? Least bearish, so it's kind of a doji. And that makes the stop loss location tough. So we're risking $1 to make $1, to make $1.60. Probably not good enough risk reward realistically. So I would say that slows it down just a little bit as well. So risk reward isn't there, which gets me just a little bit stuck. Yeah, just tough risk rewards here. Right, even on this NVIDIA, we're risking $1 again for what's been already a fairly extended move to get down towards that 165. Maybe there's a little bit more space, but you kind of have some resistance here, 167. Right, so you need to clear that, and then maybe we can get towards that 165. Like, it's not just not the right risk reward ratio here for me. In which one, Natasha? Are you in AMD or are you QQQ? Mentally, of course. Like you're in pretty good shape mentally here, Nitesh. Yeah, that's fair. I hear you. No indication that it's gonna be stopping anytime soon. But if you bought, pandemic highs, you're gonna be quite overweight or underwater for a long time. Yeah, fair enough. Well, maybe you'll have an opportunity to bring it back down to sort of average here at some point. But just be patient, right? If you've learned anything, hopefully from this room, is you can be really patient in your entry and still get paid. And maybe sometimes, waiting an extra second or waiting an extra minute longer than you think is when you finally get that big payoff. Yeah, hopefully, right? I feel ya. Still done nothing to invalidate this. You just haven't invalidated this 1445 candle, right? That's why I'm not interested in these pullbacks, right, on the SPY and QQQ, because we've done nothing that tells me that we've recovered strength, bearish strength to the downside, right, since this 1445. So that's why these pullbacks aren't interesting to me. we need at least bigger volume, right? So we'd want to see at least a bearish engulfing volume bar, something that's at least bigger, because we need visual representation that bears have reclaimed control after this hammer reversal, right? So second most bullish candle on extremely bullish volume, right? We'd want to see something that invalidates that as strongly as this sort of invalidated or slowed down this sell-off. So we'd want to see at least a volume bar greater, and preferably like bearish engulfing candle, something along those lines at the very least. Again, doesn't mean it won't sell off or can't sell off from here, just means it is an A+. So close on QQQ to invalidate, but not quite there.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, Maddie, if you're selling something, please leave. This is just a 20 MA. So if you go to vol, settings, MA length, just 20. So no real follow through here yet, right, on this QQQ. Don't feel like we've missed out on anything. Yeah, Facebook, not enough volume on the 30. Good catch. You're learning. I love that. But we care about that, right? We want the volume to always just tell us that same consistent story. When it does, then we have a lot easier over time. Realistically, I don't know how much of a sell-off we're going to get. And I don't know if I want to deal with the same stress we had yesterday with that sort of Microsoft trade going into close, right? Been a pretty nice day, 1 for 1. Don't need to force anything. Happy to keep just stacking up wins. And that's it, right? No need to force things. No need to overtrade. No need to do anything too crazy. So we'll see if something wants to keep setting up, but not a huge expectation that something will here at this point. For those of you who are DTR guests, thank you so much, guys, for joining. It was a lot of fun here today. If you want to trade like this with me full time, you can start at daytradinglivestream.com/join. I'll put the link down here in the chat for you now. There's a lot of happy members in this room, and you could certainly be one of them. You can get started with us for only $1. They'll give you a week full access. You can see what it's like, and then you can kind of decide if you want to go from there. But my objective is to help you guys all become winning traders, profitable traders, and to learn a lot sort of throughout the day. Now, we're not always going to be super busy, right? We value quality over quantity. And so we're going to be really focusing on that always, right? The way we traded today is pretty much the same way we trade every single day. And we focus on those little variables that we can control. So every single trade, I talk through my position sizing, my entry target, my stop loss target, my profit targets, exactly the same way that QQQ plan played out. And so that's the same way for every single trade. So I try to be fully transparent in my process with you guys. So I think that's just the simplest and most effective way to learn. If that's something you're interested in, like I said, you can start it for $1, and you'll get full access to the Discord with the alert system. Be able to DM me the whole 9 yards, and it comes with like one-on-one coaching. I'll jump on calls with you outside of market hours, right? Get through your problems, do the whole stuff. So here to help you guys win, here to help you guys be profitable, and I try to have our goals aligned together. But no real hard sales pitch. You guys have seen what the trading is like. And so if that doesn't convince you, nothing will. So that's really it. We're still going to stick around and watch for a little bit here today. Not going to quite close the day off, but certainly feels like there probably isn't going to be too much more joy for me here, at least in the short term. So still going to remain a little bit cautious, just kind of see how much more this thing can really puke, but we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get to it. Been a relatively thin volume day on the indexes, right? So we'd like to see these things now go at least engulfing on volume, so we have an opportunity for a trend day here tomorrow. But relatively thin volume is a little bit spooky, a little bit scary. So we'd like to see if that volume can step back in, but a lack of liquidity tends to be not what we want, because it's going to create kind of nasty spreads, and nasty spreads in a high VIX environment is a dangerous combo. So for now, not much for me to do, sitting on hands here, and we'll see if something else sets up. But yeah, more probably just watching than anything else. And then if something does trade, I'll be trading really, really baby sizing, because I don't want to give away a really strong green day. Sounds good, Callum. We'll see you tomorrow. Have yourself a great evening, man. All right, guys. So probably nothing else for me here today. Not going to be chasing after any of this action with just a couple minutes to go. So for me, that's probably it, guys. Hope you all had a really fun session, learned a ton. For those of you who want to join, like I said, link is down there in the description or in the chat. You can get started with DTR for $1. Otherwise, guys, my DMs are always open if you have any questions. I'm here to help and want to see you guys be as successful as possible. Same deal like always for members and non-members. If you have any questions, hit me up outside of market hours, Twitter, Discord, email, wherever you found me, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic afternoon. Go enjoy this beautiful spring day, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow, 8:45 for pre-market prep. So talk to you guys all tomorrow. Glad we crushed it today, and we'll keep up this really nice green week. Peace, guys. Hell yeah, Matthew. Hell yeah. Market conditions don't dictate terms for us. We dictate terms, right? We're in control. So if we control our variables, we control our outcome. So great job, everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, like I said, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the afternoon.